I declare open the 8th plenary meeting of the 21st session of the General Conference being held as the Global Industry Summit 2025. I have the honor to chair this plenary meeting as Vice President of the conference. I would like to remind you that we will take up the consideration of Agenda Item 31, closure of the session, featuring the adoption of decisions and resolutions of the conference this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. in this room. Let us now resume the general debate on items 8 to 30. As announced yesterday by the Vice President, we will take up the last speakers on our list for the general debate during our meeting this morning. As we closed our plenary meeting yesterday evening, a number of speakers were remaining on the list, who will unfortunately no longer be able to join us. We are therefore reconvening today to take up the last speaker on our list. I have the honor to invite now His Excellency Distinguished Mr. Al-Hassani Diakité, Head of Mission of the Embassy of Guinea to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Excellence,
Your Excellency, Madam President of the General Conference, Ministers, Director General of UNIDO, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is for me a great honor to take the floor in the name of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Guinea, General Mamadi Doumbouya, whose vision of economic sovereignty, inclusive industrialization, and steadfast structural transformation is guiding governmental action. I would like to express to UNIDO and to the authorities of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia our deepest gratitude for hosting this 21st General Conference held under the ambitious format of the Global Industry Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the power of investment and partnership to speed up the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals goes hand in hand with Guinea's aspirations. Our country has committed under our president to a major economic transformation based on the 2040 vision. This will mean that Guinea will be an engine for industrialization at regional level. We will have more modern industrial zones and will focus on the local use of resources and the development of SMEs a key instrument for job creation and sustainable value chains. The transition towards an economy that is resilient, clean, competitive, and in line with international standards. Ladies and gentlemen, we will invest in industrial units to work towards a clean economy and with growth exports so that added value will stay in Guinea and in Africa. We will strengthen competitiveness, especially of local enterprises, and will promote innovation, development, female entrepreneurship, and we will facilitate the access of SMEs to financing and supply chains. We are working closely with UNIDO, our technical partners, our financial partners, and the national and international private sector to build effective industrial infrastructures adapted to climate challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, the industrialization of Guinea is not something that can act alone. It is part of a continent and global-wide impetus, one in which responsible investments, technology transfer, and strategic alliances play an essential role. The Republic of Guinea is reaffirming its commitment to strengthening its cooperation with UNIDO, to mobilizing more productive investments, and to participate actively in the construction of a global industry which is more resilient, more innovative, and more solidarity-based. Ladies and gentlemen, through this General Conference, Guinea wishes to launch an appeal for transformative industrial partnerships in the service of employment for young people and the creation of local wealth and the reduction of inequalities, and to fully integrate Africa into global value chains, not just as a supplier of raw materials, but as a major competitive and innovative stakeholder. Ladies and gentlemen, through the Simandu 2040 vision, inspired by renewed governance and guided by the ambition of sovereign development, Guinea is ready to welcome new investors, reach win-win industrial partnerships, and to contribute actively to the structural transformation of Africa's economy. To conclude, I would like to reaffirm on behalf of the President of the Republic and his chief assistant, Guinea's full willingness to work with UNIDO and all member states to make the Global Industrial Summit 2025 a historic turning point, one which will lead us to a more inclusive, more integrated, and economy truly harnessed to sustainable development. So, long live UNIDO, long live international cooperation. Thank you.
Excellency, thank you for your statement. I have the honor to invite now His Excellency Mr. Amari Elmerejvad, Ambassador of Sri Lanka to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Sir, the floor is yours.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Since my delegation taking the floor first time, let me at the outset congratulate His Excellency Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Khuraif, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, on his assumption as the President of the 21st session of the General Conference of the UNIDO. I take this opportunity to thank the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the warm hospitality and excellent arrangement to host this conference. Our sincere appreciation is also extended to the outgoing President, Ambassador Deborah Lepore, for her valuable leadership. Let me also extend my warm congratulations on the re-election of the Director General Jayat Muller and reaffirm Sri Lanka's continued support for his leadership and the important work of the UNIDO. Sri Lanka aligns itself with the statement delivered by the chair of the Group of 77 and China. My delegation also wishes to make the following remarks in our national capacity. Madam Vice President, the industrial policies of the government of Sri Lanka align with the general principles of promoting clean energy, circular economy, and reducing poverty as enshrined in our long-term national frameworks and international commitments. In this regard, let me comment in particular on the following. Clean energy targets. The ambition to shift towards 70% renewable energy by 2030 is an established national goal. The new government has committed to honoring Sri Lanka's international climate commitments and energy independence goals, which rely heavily on this transition. Circular economy. Sri Lanka attaches due importance to the agreed principles. For instance, resource efficiency and cleaner production, RECP, waste-to-energy projects, and reduce fossil fuel independence in the industry that are part of standing national environmental action plans and are often driven by international partners such as UNIDO and the EU. Poverty and hunger. The government's focus on local production and a people-centric economy strengthens the goal of reducing hunger and poverty through domestic self-sufficiency, which can be achieved through better food supply chain management and circularity. Madam Vice President, Sri Lanka attaches great importance to its long-standing partnership with UNIDO, which has supported our national development priorities across multiple sectors. In recent years, UNIDO has assisted Sri Lanka in strengthening food safety systems, helping to modernize risk-based food control mechanisms, and improving compliance with the international standards. These initiatives not only safeguard public health, but also enhance the competitiveness of our agri-food exports. Equally significant is UNIDO's work in industrial climate action. where projects have been launched to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve energy efficiency in manufacturing. Moreover, UNIDO has supported Sri Lanka in the safe disposal of hazardous PCB oils and contaminated equipment, thereby protecting both the environment and public safety. Madam Vice President, the Ministry of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development of Sri Lanka is presently working on implementing a national industry policy and a 5-year strategic plan 2023 and to 2027. This framework aims to raise the contribution of manufacturing sector to 20% of the GDP, expanding industrial exports and increase the share of entrepreneurs in the workforce from 2.8% to 7% by 2030. The ministry's priorities also include, firstly, policy development and industrial support to modernize traditional industries and promote innovation. Secondly, SME development and entrepreneurship support with programs to nurture young entrepreneurs across the island. Thirdly, export promotion and diversification, reducing reliance on traditional markets and expanding into new global partnerships. Fourthly, revitalization of state-owned enterprises through restructuring and improved governance. Madam Vice President, the latest developments in Sri Lanka's industrial policy since the latter half of 2024 are defined by the implementation of a new legislative and institutional structures aimed at creating an export-led competitive economy. The core legal framework in this connection is the Economic Transformation Act of number 2045, which came into full operation by November 2024. Madam Vice President, Sri Lanka values UNIDO's continued collaboration in these areas as it directly complements our national agenda of building a productive, sustainable, and inclusive industrial sector. We remain committed to working closely with UNIDO to ensure that our industries are resilient, competitive, and aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. Madam Vice President, we were pleased to witness during this 21st session that one of the Sri Lankan aquaculture companies was awarded as one of the top 5 finalists in the UNIDO One World Sustainability Award under the category of Sustainable Supply Chains. This demonstrates Sri Lanka's commitment to sustainable industry and innovation. Thank you for that, for the UNIDO. Madam Vice President, in conclusion, I would like to assure Sri Lanka's full support and cooperation towards the smooth and successful proceedings of this 21st session. I thank you for your kind attention.
Excellency, thank you for your statement. There are no more speakers on my list. We have therefore concluded the general debate covering items 8 to 30. At this juncture, we only have one more agenda item to consider, item 31, closure of the session, featuring the adoption of decisions and resolutions of the conference. We will therefore adjourn now and reconvene for the closing plenary this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. in this room, where we will be joined by the President of the 21st session of the General Conference. Allow me to remind to participate in this closing plenary to ensure we have the required quorum to finalize our work for this session. As announced earlier this week, the L document and its addenda containing the draft decisions and resolutions that will be considered during the closing plenary will be distributed electronically only through an email to registered participants. You are kindly asked to take appropriate measures to ensure your access to relevant documentation online. Dear colleagues, I invite you to make use of the time before the closing plenary to visit the exhibition prepared for this session and explore the inspiring displays on view. Lunch will also be available. Thank you very much for joining us this morning and allow us to close the list of speakers for this session. The meeting is adjourned.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of you a good afternoon. Welcome to the closing session of the 21st session of the General Conference. I just have been informed by His Excellency, the President of the Conference, that we will start the proceedings here at 2:45, so in about good 10 minutes. I ask for your kind patience and indulgence and give us 2 minutes more, and then we'll be up and running. Thank you very much, and see you in a minute.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Good afternoon. May the mercy and blessings of God be upon you. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, I call to order the 9th plenary meeting of the 21st session of the General Conference held as the Global Industry Summit 2025. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the Vice Presidents of the session for skillfully guiding the deliberations and ensuring the smooth conduct of the plenary meetings over the past days. I wish to convey my deep gratitude to all delegates for their patience and cooperation yesterday. I am encouraged that the consultations held have allowed us to advance our work for this session in a constructive spirit of cooperation and consensus. Without further delay, I would like to turn to the work of the main committee and invite its chair, Ms. Dora Kajas, of the Permanent Mission of Hungary to UNIDO, to inform us of the results achieved in the main committee.
Thank you, Excellency. Allow me to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to you, Minister Al-Khorayev, for the warm and generous hospitality extended to all delegations throughout this past week. It has been a privilege to attend the 21st session of the UNIDO General Conference, convened as the Global Industry Summit here in Riyadh. Distinguished delegates, I am grateful for the confidence you placed in me to chair the main committee. I further wish to acknowledge and congratulate all delegations for their diligent engagement through the preparatory process in Vienna and during our meetings of the main committee in session. I also wish to extend my sincere appreciation for your commitment and dedication to advancing our collective work, which has enabled us to reach consensus on all matters before us. Distinguished delegates, following the conclusion of the 3 meetings of the main committee, document GC.21/29 contains a brief written report on our work and was circulated to all delegates electronically yesterday. The report presents a factual account of decisions and resolutions recommended to the plenary for adoption, which include decisions and resolutions under the following agenda items. Item 11A on the scale of assessments for apportionment of the regular budget expenses for the biennium 2026-2027. Item 11B on the financial situation of UNIDO. Item 11C on the working capital fund for the biennium 2026-2027. Item 11D on vertical and horizontal budget implementation flexibility. Item 12 on the program and budget 2026-2027. Item 15 on UNIDO, gender equality and the empowerment of women, submitted by Mexico and Norway. Item 19 on UNIDO's cooperation with Africa, focusing on the energy industrialization nexus in Africa, submitted by Burkina Faso. Item 22 on UNIDO activities related to environment, climate change, energy, and circular economy, focusing on circular economy for inclusive and sustainable industrial development, submitted jointly by Armenia, Mexico, and the Philippines. Item 23 on strengthening UNIDO's role in agribusiness development and food systems transformation to enhance food security and end hunger, focusing specifically on strengthening UNIDO's role in enhancing global food security, submitted jointly by Pakistan and Sudan. Item 24 on UNIDO activities related to the Vienna Ministerial Declaration for the Least Developed Countries, under which a resolution was submitted by the Minister of Economy of Togo in his capacity as chair of the 11th Ministerial Conference of the Least Developed Countries. Item 27, personal matters, including the UNIDO Staff Pension Committee. And item 30, date and place of the 22nd session of the UNIDO General Conference. In addition, consensus was also confirmed for the Riyadh Declaration submitted by the host government. The texts agreed by the Committee for Recommendation to the Plenary are contained in the document GC.21/L.2 and its addenda 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I am pleased to confirm that all these texts are hereby submitted for adoption by this plenary meeting. I would like to highlight that the committee's work has carried out a commendable spirit of cooperation and compromise among all groups and delegations, united in the common objective of achieving consensus. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, before I conclude, allow me once again to convey my sincere gratitude to all delegations for their active participation and for the full support extended to me in guiding the work of the main committee. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا.
Thank you for the report. I thank the Chair for the report and extend my appreciation to all participants of the main committee for their constructive engagement and dedication leading to a successful conclusion of the main committee's deliberations. You are now invited to refer to the L document and addenda which were distributed electronically to all registered participants, including the text of all draft decisions and resolutions that we will now be considering. I wish to remind the conference that a number of decisions were already taken in previous plenary meetings, including related to the appointments of the Director General and of the External Auditor, as well as the elections to the IDB and the PBC. Those decisions will be reflected in the report of the session. I propose that we consider the 7 draft decisions and 6 draft resolutions emanating from the main committee one by one, according to the documentation we have before us. But before we take them up, I would like to draw your attention to agenda items 8 to 10, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19A and B, 20, 21, 22A, 25, 26, 28, and 29. Under these items, no draft decisions or resolutions have been submitted. I therefore propose that the conference takes note of the information contained in the documentation submitted under those items. Is there any objection to this proposal? I see none. It is so decided. Let us now take up the consideration of those draft decisions and resolutions submitted by the main committee, which are contained in documents GC 21/L2, as well as in GC 21/L2/add 1 to add 6. Please note that the annex of document GC 21/L2/add 5, containing the resolution under item 24, UNIDO activities related to the Vienna Ministerial Declaration for the Least Developed Countries, is currently provided only in English language. The final report of the session will contain this annex in all 6 languages. I have the honor to invite the conference to begin with the consideration of the Riyadh Declaration contained in document GC 21/L2/add 1, which reflects the spirit of this session and our aspirations in sustainable development, bolstering cooperation and partnerships in the service of our national priorities and for the tangible benefit for all. Any objection to the adoption of the aforementioned draft resolution? Thank you. I see none. The resolution is adopted.
الكلمة الآن للمملكة العربية.
I wish to give the floor to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we gather in the final day of this General Conference, allow me to begin with a simple but powerful reflection. This week, Riyadh mattered. It mattered because of the conversations we had, because of the trust we have built, and because the collective ambition we have shown for the future of the industrial development. By every measure, participation, engagement, substance, and spirit, this has been one of the most successful and impactful General Conference in the UNIDO's history. Riyadh has been honored to host you and proud to witness global multilateralism at its very best, constructive, open, and forward-looking. I want to begin with the declaration story about Riyadh. Declaration did not emerge overnight. It began as a seed, an idea that was shared through a concept note, presented openly, discussed honestly, and shaped patiently through dialogue with member states. Through information sessions, written submissions, and many thoughtful exchanges, that seed grew, strengthened by our perspective, refined by your concerns, and enriched by your experience. What we adopt today is therefore not merely a text. It is a collective expression of trust, a document shaped by member states through their voices and for the future we seek to build together. At its heart, Riyadh Declaration is about people. It's about workers, innovators, entrepreneurs, about youth searching for opportunity, about communities seeking dignity through productive work. It's about micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, the quiet engine of our economies and backbone of industrial ecosystem. When MSMEs grow, jobs are created, skills are developed, and resilience is built from the ground up. It is also about countries at different stages of development. Least development countries, landlocked developing countries, and regions across Africa and beyond, as well as countries facing conflicts and post-conflict situations, where rebuilding productive capacity is essential to restoring opportunities, stability, and hope. The Riyadh Declaration recognizes that development paths must reflect national realities and priorities, and affirms our shared responsibility to ensure that no one is left behind. In that pursuit of inclusiveness and sustainable industrialization, it is about women whose leadership, creativity, and talent are essential to the future of industrial development. By recognizing the International Day of Women in Industry, this declaration sends a clear advocacy message that inclusive industrialization is a must. Distinguished guests, if there is one idea from the declaration that will shape discussions well beyond this conference, it is the International Sustainable Industrialization Hub. The hub, it represents a shift in how we approach industrial cooperation. It recognizes that the future of industrial development will be defined by sustainable supply chains and by the ability of countries to add value locally, and by ensuring fair participation in global production systems. The hub is not designed to impose models. It is designed to connect opportunities. It will bring together knowledge, technology, and investment, enabling countries to move up value chain, strengthen industrial capabilities, and translate participation into prosperity. Above all, the hub is about local value addition, because sustainable supply chains are not only global networks, they are systems rooted in communities, in skills, and industries that must thrive at home. This is how we move from connection to contribution, from participation to partnership, from ambition to impact. Distinguished delegates, the Riyadh Declaration reaffirms something essential, that industrialization remains one of the most powerful tools we have to eradicate poverty, generate opportunity, and build stability. It tells a story of cooperation over fragmentation, of inclusion over exclusion, of shared progress over isolated success. As this historic General Conference comes to close, let us remember, declarations does not change the world in paper. They change it in partnership. What we will adopt today will matter not because it was agreed in Riyadh, but because it will be carried forward by all of us. May this declaration inspire action. May this hub become a platform of real impact, and may history remember this moment as one when global industry choose a more inclusive, sustainable, and human-centered path. Thank you for your trust, thank you for your partnership, and thank you for making Riyadh and this General Conference truly unforgettable.
شكرا.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this intervention. I invite you to begin with agenda item 11, financial matters, under which we have 4 draft decisions associated with the respective sub-items contained in document GC 21/L2. Under sub-item 11A, scale of assessments for apportionment of the regular budget expenses for the biennium 2026-2027, I am submitting 1 draft decision for consideration. Is there any objection to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft decision is adopted. Under sub-item 11B, financial situation of UNIDO, including unutilized balances of appropriations, 1 draft decision has been submitted. Is there any objection to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft decision is adopted. Under sub-item 11C, Working Capital Fund for the biennium 2026-2027, I am submitting 1 draft decision for consideration. Is there any objection to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft decision is adopted. Under sub-item 11D, Budget Implementation Flexibility, vertical and horizontal, I am submitting 1 draft decision for consideration. Is there any objection to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft decision is adopted. We have concluded the consideration of agenda item 11. Let us now resume the consideration of agenda item 12, Program and Budgets 2026-2027, under which 1 draft decision was submitted. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. It is adopted. Under agenda item 15, UNIDO, Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women, we have 1 draft resolution under the topic Gender Equality and the Empowerment of Women in Industrial Development, contained in document GC 21/L2/3. Which contains the International Day of Women in Industry, which focuses light on efforts and role of women in the attainment of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? No objection, as far as I can see. The resolution is adopted.
هناك طلب للمد...
A request for the floor by Norway. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. We are pleased to see the adoption of this resolution by consensus in this General Conference, and we would like to thank both the host country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as the entirety of the UNIDO membership for their support. The Norwegian delegation is particularly grateful to the delegation of Mexico, both the representatives in this room, but also our dear colleagues at the Permanent Mission of Mexico in Vienna. We have had a shared vision and seamless cooperation throughout this process, and we deeply appreciate our partnership. We would also like to highlight the support from the UNIDO group of friends on gender equality and the empowerment of women, under the leadership of Their Excellencies, the permanent representatives of Finland and Honduras. We would also like to thank all member states that have engaged in informal consultations in Vienna. And we believe all member states that have been engaged have done so constructively, including their engagement in additional meetings in small groups and bilaterally to solve more challenging issues. The fact that consensus in informal consultations was reached 10 days before opening the General Conference here in Riyadh is a testament to those delegations' constructive engagement and their commitment to the principles of multilateralism and the Vienna spirit. President, my delegation is firmly committed to gender equality both in principle and for more pragmatic reasons. Our principled adherence to gender equality comes naturally from the principles of full respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction or discrimination. But it also stems from a more pragmatic point of view, where our lived experience demonstrates the value of full and equal participation of women across all levels of society, be they political, in the labor market, or across industries. This gains all societies, their economies, and their industries. President, our attention and the attention of all co-sponsors and all other UNIDO member states now turn to the Director General and his Secretariat to ensure that what the UNIDO General Conference has requested will be implemented. Considerable progress has already been achieved in this field, and with the renewed mandate from this resolution, we will expect even more. And we look forward to join the Director General, the Secretariat, and all the member states of UNIDO to celebrate the first International Day of Women in Industry on the 21st of April, 2026. Thank you very much, President.
We also have a request from representative from Mexico.
Señor Presidente.
President, Mexico is grateful for the participation, the work, and above all, the compromise in order to adopt this resolution. UNIDO is able to say that all working together, we are able to achieve something for the benefit of inclusive and sustainable prosperity and development, supporting and promoting the equality of all and supporting the members of UNIDO. Congratulations to everyone.
Thank you, and I also would like to thank everyone for their support of this initiative. I'm proud as host country, Saudi Arabia, to have this being decided here. I also would like to thank everyone who have worked on reaching into this consensus at an early stage for their effort, and I'm very confident that the UNIDO's leadership will definitely move towards activating these initiatives in the way that they should be. If you allow me to continue. في إطار البند التاسع عشر من
Under agenda item 19, UNIDO's cooperation with Africa, I'm submitting one draft resolution for adoption titled Energy Industrialization Nexus in Africa, contained in document GC 21/L2/add2. Are there any objections to its adoption? I see none. The draft resolution is adopted.
هناك رغبة للمداخلة من
There is a request for the floor by Burkina Faso.
Chair, President of the African Group, by the voice of Burkina Faso, would like to express its sincere appreciation for the support expressed to this resolution, starting from the formal consultations in Vienna, followed by the consideration by the main committee, as well as the adoption by this August Assembly Conference body here. We are very appreciative, since this resolution is not a starting point, but is a continuation to leave Africa out of energy poverty in its way to an inclusive and sustainable industrialization. This is also a testimony from the world that the paradox that Africa is suffering, having all natural resources critical for energy access, affordability, for inclusive and sustainable industrialization is heard. And as another testimony during yesterday's side event on the theme, we agreed that what is coming to do is to walk the talk, to be action-oriented, and for that, we still need the support of everybody, each country here present and absent, because we need an action plan. We need an action plan, and as the resolution has indicated, there is a follow-up mechanism adopted that the Director General, Gerd Müller of UNIDO, is called upon to implement, so we have concrete results to have the Africa as the global player and influential actor that we want to be. Together, let's Africa be the global player of today and tomorrow. I thank you very much.
Thank you for this intervention from Burkina Faso. وبذلك يختتم النظر في البند.
We have concluded the consideration of agenda item 19. Under agenda item 22, UNIDO activities related to the environment, climate change, energy, and circular economy, I'm submitting one draft resolution for adoption titled Circular Economy for an Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development, contained in document GC 21/12/add6. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft?
لا يوجد اعتراض.
I see none. The resolution is adopted.
في إطار البند 23 من جدول الأعمال.
Under agenda item 23, strengthening UNIDO's role in agribusiness development and food system transformation to enhance food security and end hunger, I'm submitting one draft resolution for adoption titled Strengthening UNIDO's Role in Enhancing Global Food Security, contained in document GC 21/L2/add4. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The resolution is adopted. There is a request for the floor by Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair. Food security is one of the most significant challenges faced by the world. Pakistan and Sudan together tabled this resolution to enhance UNIDO's work on this important issue. We are extremely thankful for the support extended to this resolution by all member states. We thank all delegates for their support. We also appreciate UNIDO's Secretariat's work and the Director General who helped us and guided us throughout the process. Now we, the member states and the Secretariat, need to further enhance our work in cohort towards our mutual goal of eliminating hunger and ensuring food security across the globe. I thank you all delegates, all member states, Secretariat, and the Director General. Thank you, Chair.
There is a request for the floor by Sudan. In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, Mr. President, my delegation wants to extend its appreciation for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for its efforts for preparing and organizing for this general conference. We would also like to thank the Secretariat of UNIDO for its valued efforts and its preparation for this successful general conference. We would like to convey our appreciation to all member states for their flexibility and for the broader cooperation shown by all delegations during the informal consultations, considering the draft resolution that we submitted along with Pakistan. This resolution is based on our deep-seated belief that the SDGs and 2030 agenda cannot be achieved with a particular focus on SDG 1, on ending hunger, and SDG 2, on ending poverty, without enhancing the role of regional and international organizations in achieving food security. We have submitted this resolution because we believe and we understand the gravity of the challenges that humanity faces in its pursuit of achieving food security and combating hunger. Last year, 637 million, or 73 million people across the world have experienced a degree of food insecurity. This means that there is 1 out of 12 people who has experienced a degree of food insecurity. The situation was even more dire in Africa. Africa is home to the largest number of people affected by food insecurity. Around 1/5 of African populations have been affected by a degree of this horror in 2024. For all of these reasons, we have submitted this resolution. We are hopeful that it will drive the General Conference and member states to follow through this important resolution. We look forward to working with you in the future to enforce this resolution. We are also looking forward to strengthening our cooperation with the states, international organizations, and financial institutions, think tanks, academia, and civil society. Thank you once more, and safe travels for everyone who is leaving to their own countries and to Vienna after the conclusion of the conference. And thank you.
شكرا لكم على هذه المداخلة. أقدم الآن قراراً واحداً.
Thank you for the intervention. I'm now submitting one resolution for consideration under agenda item 24. Apologies, there is a request for the floor by Armenia.
Mr. President, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor. Due to technical issues, I couldn't take the floor under agenda item for consideration of our resolution. So I would like to express our gratitude to all delegations that joined us throughout the extensive rounds of negotiation in order to have a balanced and consensual text on the circular economy for an inclusive and sustainable industrial development. The active engagement demonstrated by many delegations emphasized once again both the relevance of this topic, its importance for the UNIDO activities, and the practical needs that this resolution seeks to address. Taking this opportunity, I would like to once again thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for their warm hospitality. Shukran jazilan.
شكرا.
Thank you.
أقدم الآن قرارا.
I'm now submitting one resolution for consideration under agenda item 24. UNID activities related to the Vienna Ministerial Declaration for the Least Developed Countries contained in document GC 21/L2/add5. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The resolution is adopted.
أدعوكم الآن إلى النظر في البند 27 من جدول الأعمال.
Let us now take up agenda item 27, personnel matters, including the UNIDO Staff Pension Committee. Under this item, I'm submitting one draft decision to the conference contained in document GC 21/L2. Is there any objection to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The draft decision is adopted. Finally, let's take up agenda item 30, date and place of the 22nd session. Under this agenda item, I'm submitting a draft decision bearing the same title, also contained in document GC 21/L2. Are there any objections to the adoption of this draft? I see none. The decision is adopted. At this point, I would like to inform you that the Secretariat has received a communication from the Permanent Mission of Argentina to UNIDO informing of the country's formal dissociation from specific language contained in several documents that were just considered. As requested by the Permanent Mission, Argentina's position will be reflected in the official records and included as a footnote in the report of the conference. We have now concluded the consideration of the draft decisions and resolutions that were submitted on behalf of the main committee by its chair. Distinguished delegates, we have now reached the last item on our agenda, closure of the 21st session of the General Conference. Before giving the floor to the Director General, I invite you to join me in watching a short video that captured the highlights, achievements, and spirit of our work throughout this important week.
We work hand in hand with partners, leaders, and dreamers from 173 nations, weaving a shared story of empowerment and purpose, and shaping together a single global design. With courage, with determination, with shared ambition.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Global Industry Summit, the 21st of UNIDO General Conference in Riyadh.
Here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we are committed to supporting UNIDO's vision of creating a more equitable economic future for all.
This General Conference is taking place at a time of major geostrategic, political and economic upheavals. And we must find new answers to global challenges. The SDG goals cannot be achieved with the current approaches and at the current pace. But, ladies and gentlemen, pessimism and talk of catastrophes will not get us there either. The United Nations must point the way towards new solutions. With our global summit and UNIDO's new vision for the future of industries for development, we will analyze and develop such solutions over the coming days.
Here in Riyadh at this General Conference, we have a great opportunity and indeed a duty to reaffirm the multilateral cooperation matters.
That the General Conference debates and the summit will provide a valuable platform to share experience. The knowledge we all share is beneficial for all of us. We have to learn from mistakes, we have to learn from each other, and we have to learn from the best practices implemented around the world.
Of industrialization, AI as a game changer.
Making AI and data centers having a requirement to source from green energy and developing more harmonized approaches that support carbon accounting for where that energy actually comes from.
In AI and advanced technology, we aim to secure the kingdom as one of the world's top AI nations by 2030, while our digital economy is projected to contribute significant amount of GDP in the same time frame.
To talk about clustering in AI logistics hubs. We can talk about digitalization in logistics hubs and ports.
Is this transition not only to AI, but how to get more people into the workforce in a competitive nature and a more level trading arena as well.
And now, the moment, nearly 2,000 innovators from 135 countries have been waiting for. Congratulations.
Congratulations. We were nominated. It wasn't real. I was like, no way. It's a big deal.
Let us work to ensure that no nation is left behind in the journey toward sustainable and industrialization.
Where UNIDO's expertise can be a valuable tool for peace and sustainable recovery.
We are training young people in the Copper Belt through a close to 10 million euro partnership with UNIDO, giving them the technical mining skills needed for modern industry.
And this young youth in Saudi Arabia is our real energy.
Young people today are the architects of our industrial future and are now able to pursue careers in areas such as AI, robotics, advanced manufacturing, and clean energy.
I'm so impressed by everything which is happening here in Riyadh, because the venue is great, everyone is super polite, it's well organized.
So it was really inspiring for me to meet all these people, and yeah, I like it very much to be here.
I just want to give a big thank you to the entire UNIDO team.
I would recommend everyone to look also in Saudi market to get bigger and scale themselves.
Women's empowerment is not only a human right, it is a strategic driver of innovation and sustainable industrial development worldwide.
And today we are celebrating the empowerment of women and women's central role in the economy and industry.
King Abdulaziz, when he unified this country, he used to have in the most difficult times of his unification, a call to say, وَنَخُ نُورًا, and I am the brother of Noura. Not only because he loved her, but because he knew that she was the source of strength that he had moving forward.
Today, the world also commemorates the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, reminding us that empowerment begins with safety and dignity.
They are all together and they are all linked, and they can do many different ideas to all of us.
Elect for the office of President of the Conference from ASEAN State in List A, His Excellency Mr. Bandar bin Ibrahim Al Korayev, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of Saudi Arabia.
Future will not wait. The choices we make today will define the societies of tomorrow.
Nations came together to redefine the future purpose of industry, not only to create wealth, but to build a better, more sustainable future for humanity. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. So we have a request from the representative of the European Union.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the European Union and its member states, I would like to warmly congratulate you, Your Excellency, dear Minister, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the whole government of Saudi Arabia, for this magnificent General Conference of UNIDO, hosted in really remarkable circumstances, and for your leadership throughout the conference. I would also like to mention particularly the important contribution of Ambassador Taula in Vienna in making this conference a success. We would also like to thank and again congratulate Director General Gerd Müller on his re-election, and to thank also the Deputy Director General, all the staff of UNIDO, not only for the work to prepare this conference, but also the work they do all year long around the world, in Vienna, in the field, for the good of all of us. So warm thanks to all of you, and also there particular mention to the representative of UNIDO in Brussels, Mr. Yves Thor, who really makes a major contribution. We would also like to thank all delegations for excellent cooperation and good spirit in the way we have conducted this conference and really brought it to a successful conclusion. I would also like to take this opportunity to warmly welcome the adoption of the Riyadh Declaration. Congratulations. We commend really the collaborative efforts behind this landmark statement, which underscores our shared commitment to advancing inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We would also like to really warmly congratulate the pen holders of the resolutions adopted, and are happy to convey that we will be very glad to co-sponsor the resolutions on gender equality and on circular economy, and we would look forward to the to implementing our joint priorities for sustainable industrialization. Apologies. And finally, we look forward to implementing together these resolutions, the outcome of this conference, together with the member states, with you as president of this conference, and with all the colleagues, and really warm thanks. Shukran Jazira from the European Union. Thank you.
We also have some requests from Côte d'Ivoire as well as Mexico. So can we start with Côte d'Ivoire?
On behalf of the G77 and China, on behalf of the African Group, allow me, following the adoption of the Riyadh Declaration, to convey the warmest congratulations to the highest authorities of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the excellent quality of the organization of this conference, and, above all, for the warm hospitality that you have so kindly shared with all delegations who traveled here to your beautiful city of Riyadh. The G77 and China and the African Group are fully reassured that under your presidency, UNIDO can only continue to make significant progress, above all for the benefit of developing states, and in particular for African states, who aspire to see true and veritable industrialization of the African continent, which stands ready to meet this challenge. Thank you.
I would like to give the floor now to Mexico.
Thank you very much, President. I am raising a point pertaining to an agenda item that we dealt with earlier, but this ties in with what was said by the delegation of Armenia related to the circular economy. The circular economy is of the utmost importance for the world, in particular when it comes to addressing matters of production and consumption. That is why we are of the view that UNIDO must ensure that the member states that so wish to do so adopt the practical and political principles that underpin the circular economy. This is a way of ensuring the sustainable use of industrialization in order to develop commodity products that have less of an impact on the environment and which are of benefit to humankind. Once again, my delegation thanks the membership for lending their support to this draft resolution that was submitted for adoption to the General Conference, co-sponsored by Philippines and Armenia. Thank you very much.
شكرا والكرم الآن لليمن.
Thank you. I would like to give the floor now to Yemen. Thank you, Mr. President. Coming to the closure of this conference, I would like to use this opportunity to thank our brethren in Saudi Arabia for their generous hospitality and their excellent preparation for this conference. The fact that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has hosted the LDC conference as well as the summit ensures us that Saudi Arabia sustains and hosts and supports and promotes sustainable industrialization and is a bridge between LDCs, developing countries, and developed countries. International cooperation to counter challenges in the SDG goals implementation and the implementation of ISID, alongside with the role undertaken by UNIDO in the conflict and post-conflict conflict areas, are some of the most important achievements of this conference that were translated by the adoption of the Riyadh Declaration. In conclusion, I would like to thank all delegations that have contributed to the success of this conference. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. I would like to thank each and every delegation that has taken the floor. I would like to thank you for your warm words towards Saudi Arabia. And we truly hope that all this will be concluded by success. Now, I would like to give the floor to the Director General, or I have the honor to give the floor to the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller, for his closing remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, President Mr. Al-Korayev, we have had a very busy week at this General Conference, but an exceptionally successful week and an amazing conference. My thanks go to all of you, dear delegates. It is our all success. Thank you so much. It has been very encouraging to see the incredible commitment from you and from everyone who took part in the Global Industry Summit. This has been a landmark event for UNIDO, our largest event ever. We have had record participation from all over the world. Our member states, the delegates, over 40 ministers, and huge involvement from the private sector. This is unprecedented, and it means creating new connections and partnerships on a whole new scale. We will see the benefits of that going forward from this conference and summit. As we conclude this 21st session of the General Conference, I'm particularly grateful to Minister Al-Korayev for his dedication, engagement, and leadership as President, his Vice Minister, the Saudi Ambassador, and the whole Saudi team, mentioned by name for all Gadarata, and from UNIDO side, Mr. Bedke. Great compliment and thanks for outstanding work. I also thank the vice presidents of this session for their work and support, Mr. Gospodinov of Bulgaria, Mr. Kumaran of India, Ms. Echeverria Herrera of Peru, Mr. Katara Burkina Faso, Mr. El-Menshawi of Egypt, Mr. Kashas of Hungary, Mr. Vasconlati, Ms. Vasconlati of Finland, Ms. Murillo of Honduras, as well as the chair, Ms. Kashas from Hungary, and the vice chair of the main committee who did such critical work guiding so many of the discussions this week. Mr. President Mr. Al-Korayev, Vice Minister Salama. Once again, I express my deepest gratitude to you and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the outstanding hospitality and generosity that you have shown to UNIDO and to all of us who have gathered here in Riyadh as a location to host this general conference. The Kingdom has its own symbolic meaning. As a role model for economic development and especially diversification as important global actor for investments, innovation and expertise for development, Saudi Arabia can serve as both an inspiration and partner for many countries around the world, and I look forward to see this role for the Kingdom expand further and expanding our own fast-growing partnership after this incredible conference. Hosting this event was a massive undertaking. The scale of it meant long, hard work from everyone involved, commitment and complex coordination. A conference that welcomed delegates, private sector, academics, the civil society, and the youth from all over the world. We have indeed accomplished much this week. Important agreements and joint declarations have been signed and new partnerships formed and a number of major initiatives launched. For example, we signed 3 new programs for country partnership with Togo, the State of Palestine, Senegal, and a country program with Iraq. In addition, we signed an extension of the program for country partnership with Morocco. Our 3 thematic days put the spotlight on some of the most important aspects of sustainable industrial development and transformation: the Investment and Partnership Day, Women's Empowerment Day, and the Generation Future Day. I'm looking back on all of this. I can say that this was the first global industry summit, and especially successful because of the high interest and participation of private business partners. Excellency, above all, the formulation and adoption of the Riyadh Declaration is the milestone to come out of this General Conference. As with past declaration, the Riyadh Declaration for the Future of Industries for Development charts the next phase of UNIDO's work, in line with our priorities and your needs in this new era of Industry 4.0 and in our changing global environment. As we saw on Tuesday, during the summit Women's Empowerment Day, advancing gender equality with determination and actively empowering women is absolutely necessary. I am particularly happy about this important gender resolution. It sends a strong signal from this conference. Your decision on the transition to circular economy affirms its crucial role they have in preserving resources, preventing waste pollution, creating new value and new jobs. Your decision on the energy industrialization nexus in Africa, on global food security, and of course the adoption of the ministerial declaration from our LDC ministerial on Saturday. The consensus reached here advances so many official critical aspects for our work at UNIDO. The decision on the budget for 2026-27 maintains and secures UNIDO's solid financial position and allows us to keep delivering increased and more effective services for you, our member states. Excellencies, I again thank you all for your insights, your dedication and your support. And I also want to thank everyone involved in making this conference a success, from all of those working here at the King Abdulaziz International Conference Center, the translation and interpretation team who are so important to our work, the security team, and the dedicated ministry and UNIDO organizational team behind the scenes who have made the smooth running of the conference and this extraordinary summit with all its inspiring events and exhibition possible. And thank you to my leadership team, and once more, a big thank you to our hosts. We know the way forward, and we know how much we can accomplish together as we shape the future of sustainable industrialization. So let us go now with fresh energy, inspiration and renewed spirit and make that future of industries a reality. And before we go our way, I would like to hand over an appreciation to the former President, Ambassador Lepre, and the current President, Minister Al-Korayev. I thank you very much.
Malik. I was just telling His Excellency now, getting to the end of this, we are starting to be emotional because we will miss all of you. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة حضرات.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Before we bring this session to a close, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all participants for their invaluable contributions to the success of this 21st session of the General Conference held here in Riyadh under the title The Global Industry Summit 2025. It has been a profound honor for us in Saudi Arabia to host this important gathering. For me personally, it was an honor to preside over its proceedings. Over the past days, we have witnessed rich discussions, productive negotiations, and an inspiring exchange of ideas that have truly embodied the Riyadh spirit of partnership. The thematic days of the summit have showcased the depth and dynamism of our shared commitment to inclusive and sustainable industrial development. From the discussions on investment and partnerships as drivers of industrial transformation, to the inspiring sessions highlighting the vital role of women in shaping the future of industry, and the creative energy brought forward by youth as generation future. These engagements have generated new perspectives, strengthened networks, and laid the groundwork for innovative partnerships and concrete actions to come. Our deliberations have culminated in the Riyadh Declaration, which captures the shared vision and commitments of this conference. This declaration will serve as a guiding framework for our collective efforts to advance inclusive and sustainable industrial development and to strengthen cooperation among member states in addressing the challenges and opportunities that define our common future. I am confident that the momentum built here in Riyadh will translate into tangible outcomes that help us address our most pressing development challenges and seize the opportunities of a rapidly changing industrial landscape. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to the other activities that were undertaken, and wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to the Director General in particular, as well as to congratulate him once again on his reappointment to lead this important organization for a second term. With your continued guidance, I am confident that UNIDO will further enhance its role and fulfill its mandate with renewed purpose for the benefit of all member states. I also express my appreciation to Mr. Betke, the Executive Secretary of the conference, and his team for their support throughout this session. I would like to take this moment to recognize Mr. Betke's more than 25 years of dedicated service to UNIDO. As he approaches his retirement, We pay tribute to a distinguished career in which he has worked tirelessly to strengthen relations between the organization and its member states, advance UNIDO's technical cooperation, and support the organization's work in the field and within its policy-making organs. I invite you all to join me in expressing our sincere gratitude to him for his exemplary commitment and contributions.
I'm jealous now.
I also wish to express my deep appreciation to UNIDO deputies, to the Director General and Managing Directors, and to colleagues across the organization for their contribution to the rich and inspiring program of the summit. I also wish to express my gratitude to conference services of the United Nations office at Vienna, especially the interpreters, technicians, and support staff, as well as the United Nations Department for Safety and Security for their outstanding professionalism and dedication that led to the success of this conference. Allow me to seize this opportunity to extend my deepest appreciation to all those within the Ministry of the Industry and Mineral Resources and its ecosystem, particularly Mr. Khalil bin Salma and the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia in Vienna, Dr. Abdullah Tuala, and the colleagues at the Permanent Mission of Saudi Arabia to UNIDO, as well as to all other government national entities that were involved in the preparation for this conference. I would like to thank them for their exemplary leadership and tireless efforts in preparing and hosting this event. Their vision and commitment have been instrumental in making the summit a resounding success. I also wish to recognize the many partners who generously devoted their time and energy to ensuring the event's success. Finally, I thank all delegates for their active participation, constructive engagement, and cooperation throughout this session. It has been a great honor to serve as your president and to share this remarkable experience with all of you here in Riyadh. I look forward to further successes, and God's blessings and greetings be upon all of you. Thank you. In accordance with Rule 71 of the Rules of Procedure of the Conference, I now invite you to observe 1 minute of silence dedicated to prayer or meditation. Thank you. I declare the 21st session of the General Conference closed.
No. You sure? Yes.
Just a very... Hello?
There's no mic anymore. Hello? Yeah, just a minute.
Hello?
Is there any mic, guys? It's gotta be in the...
Do we have sound? Sorry.
A very short announcement for all our dear colleagues from UNIDO, the UN DSS Security Service, and UNOF interpreters and conference services. We meet in about 15 minutes at the exhibition stage with Director General. And to all our kind hosts and guests and delegates, I'd like to thank you all very much from my very personal side. Good night and good afternoon.
Sorry, weiß ich nicht.
I'm going to be holding this like this here, just reading from it. But I have to flip it. No, that's fine. Sorry, we still have.
We have a long time.
They removed the.
They removed the.
بس اسمعي لا تدبسيها. No, video is actually in the middle.
Yes?
We'll show the video. I'll start. Up here, they show the video. Once the video is done, I come back. I start thanking people. Then I start calling out the sponsors.
Yes,
So actually, before here, I'm going to ask His Excellency. Then I start with 13 calls. Somebody.
Before that,
Aye. That's what happened. Is he gonna speak? Where is it?
no, we just have. It should be within the script. Marika, what you said?
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكريم، في هذه الليلة الاستثنائية وفي ختام أيام خطت فيها الرياض سطور جديدة في ذاكرة الصناعة العالمية، نقف معا لنحتفي بجهود عظيمة وعقول أبدعت وسواعد عملت بصمت حتى أصبحت الرؤية واقعا يروى للعالم. لم يكن هذا المؤتمر مجرد حدث دولي، بل كان رسالة من المملكة العربية السعودية إلى العالم أن الطموح إذا اقترن بالعمل تحول إلى إنجاز، وأن القيادة إذا آمنت برؤيتها صنعت المستحيل. باسمي وباسم كافة زملائي قادة المسارات لمشروع استضافة المملكة للمؤتمر العام لمنظمة اليونيدو، أتشرف بأن أرفع أسمى آيات الشكر والتقدير لمعالي وزير الصناعة والثروة المعدنية، رئيس الدورة 21 للمؤتمر العام لمنظمة اليونيدو الأستاذ بندر بن إبراهيم الخريف، القائد الملهم والداعم الأول لكل خطوة في هذا المشروع، وعلى دعمه اللامحدود وتمكينه الصادق وإيمانه بقدرة أبنائه وبناته على تحقيق التميز. ونتقدم بخالص الشكر والامتنان لمعالي نائب الوزير لشؤون الصناعة المهندس خليل بن سلمة على جهوده الكبيرة ومتابعته الدقيقة وحرصه الدائم على نجاح أن يخرج هذا الحدث بالشكل الذي يليق بمكانة المملكة وريادتها العالمية. كما نتقدم بالشكر والتقدير لمعالي مساعد الوزير للتخطيط والتطوير الدكتور عبد الله الأحمري على دوره المحوري في تحويل الرؤى إلى خطط والخطط إلى منجزات ملموسة كان لها الأثر الكبير في نجاح هذه الاستضافة التاريخية. وانتهز الفرصة في هذا المقام بأن أتقدم بالتقدير والشكر الكبيرين لجميع الفرق ولكل من عمل خلف الكواليس وكل من سهر وتعب وخطط ونفذ وابتكر. أنتم الأبطال الحقيقيون لهذه الليلة وهذا الإنجاز، وأنتم من حول الفكرة إلى واقع يبهر العالم. وحتى لا نطيل عليكم نبدأ فقرات حفلنا اليوم، والبداية ستكون بعرض استعراض فيديو قصير يحكي ما جرى خلف الكواليس من لحظات تستحق بأن تسجل.
Saudi Arabia, the floor is yours, Fabric.
المرحلة اللي احنا فيها اليوم ولله الحمد انتهينا من مرحلة التخطيط، والآن احنا داخلين في مرحلة التنفيذ. يوم الأحد بإذن الله أو تكون على أرض الواقع في قاعة المؤتمر نفسها مرحلة البناء والتجهيز والريهرسلز، نتأكد أن جميع السيشنز موجودة وكل السبيكرز عارفين دورهم. بإذن الله تعالى يعني بيكون إن شاء الله مؤتمر ناجح بحضور أصحاب المعالي وأصحاب السعادة من جميع جهات المملكة العربية السعودية.
الفريق على قدم وساق يعمل ليل نهار للاستعداد، سعيد بكونه جزء من هذا الفريق.
جهود كبيرة صراحة، لكن إن شاء الله بالله نتوفق بإذن الله يا رب، ونعكس مكانة المملكة واستضافات لهذا الحدث بشكل جدا كبير بما يليق إن شاء الله مكانة المملكة عالمية.
ومن الشباب والشابات السعوديات الذين يعني حريصين على أن يظهر هذا الحدث بمظهر سعودي جميل يعكس قدرتنا.
اليوم تبدأ القمة العالمية للصناعة، حياكم.
What a great journey.
Commencing the 21st UNIDO General Conference. On behalf of the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and His Royal Highness, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, Crown Prince and Prime Minister, I welcome you here in Riyadh. Welcome to Saudi Arabia.
Today, KSA
with the Vision 2030 would invest in clean hydrogen,
in AI,
Smart City Project.
بلا شك هي الاستدامة.
There is a lot of opportunity.
أشكركم واحد يعني فعلا اللي صار في ما قبل الحدث من خلال الحدث متأكد من الأيام الباقية والتغطية بعد الحدث كله يعني فاق التوقعات.
شكرا لكم صناع الأثر، فلولاكم لما وصلنا إلى هنا. وهنا نستأذن معالي الوزير على المسرح لإلقاء كلمته. تفضل معاليك.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. حقيقة ما كان ودي أني ألقي كلمة رسمية، ولكن من المهم أن احنا نسجل في هاللحظة المهمة وبعد أسبوع من التعب على الأقل ما يستحقه الزملاء. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، الزملاء والزميلات الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. إن ما نعيشه اليوم من نعمة في هذه البلاد في الصناعة والتعدين ليست مرحلة عابرة، بل تحول تاريخي حقيقي في موقعنا على خارطة العالم. قبل سنوات قليلة كانت الصناعة والتعدين في المملكة تقرأ في سياقها المحلي فقط، أما اليوم بفضل الله عز وجل وبدعم القيادة وبجهود الجميع أصبحت المملكة حاضراً ثابتاً في جميع أجندات المنطقة والعالم المتعلقة بالتنمية الصناعية والتعدين، من سلاسل الإمداد العالمية إلى أمن المعادن الاستراتيجية، إلى مستقبل الطاقة والصناعة الخضراء، إلى الصناعة المتقدمة وغيرها. وأصبحت للمملكة بصمة واضحة في القرارات الدولية ذات الصلة بالصناعة والتعدين، وفي صياغة المبادرات والمشاركة في طاولة الحوار عندما تناقش قضايا التنمية الصناعية. استضافة الرياض لأعمال المؤتمر العام 21 لمنظمة اليونيدو لم تكن مجرد فعالية دولية ناجحة، بل كانت رسالة عملية بأن المملكة قادرة على أن تكون منصة لصياغة التوافق الدولي حول التنمية وبالذات في الصناعة والتنمية الشاملة والمستدامة، وإن إعلان الرياض امتداد طبيعي للدور الذي تبنيه المملكة في الصناعة والتعدين على المستوى العالم. كل ذلك لم يأتي من فراغ، بل هو ثمرة تراكم عملكم طوال السنوات الماضية في بناء السياسات وتصميم البرامج وتطوير الأنظمة وجذب الاستثمارات وتمكين المستثمرين وتعزيز المحتوى المحلي ورفع تنافسية قطاعي الصناعة والتعدين، حتى أصبحت المملكة مثالا يحتذى به. واليوم حين نذكر ملف التنمية الصناعية والتعدينية في المنطقة، تذكر المملكة بوصفها قوة صناعية صاعدة تمتلك رؤية واضحة من خلال رؤية المملكة 2030 ومنظومة متكاملة تعمل بتناغم وفرق عمل قادرة على تحويل الطموحات إلى مبادرات ونتائج ملموسة. في هذا السياق أود أن أعبر لكم جميعا عن خالص شكري وتقديري، بل أن وقوفي أمامكم الآن هو دافعه أن أتقدم بالشكر لجميع من شارك في هذا الحدث. فما تحقق خلال استضافة المؤتمر العام لليونيدو هو امتداد لهذا المسار، وقد رأيت بنفسي حجم التفاني والانضباط والعمل المتواصل الذي قدمتموه قبل المؤتمر وخلاله. وأتوجه بالشكر أولا لمعالي النائب الأخ خليل بن سلمة على قيادته وإشرافه المباشر على ملف المؤتمر وتكامله مع فريق الوزارة في مختلف المراحل. واسمحوا لي أن أذكر بعض الأسماء التي تستحق أن تذكر في هذه المنصة وفي هذه المناسبة. فالشكر للإخوان علي المطيري، فادي حماد، عبد الإله الهداب على إشرافهم الكامل على المنتدى ومتابعتهم التفصيلية لجميع مكوناته ومحاوره. كما أتوجه بالشكر لقادة مسارات العمل سعد القحطاني، عبد العزيز الهويش، خالد العتيبي، سارة الدحيم، عبد العزيز الحزيمي، شهد يوسف، محمد الشارف، سعد الحماد، سيف الحارثي سفيرنا في اليونيدو، فيصل جمال الدين، حنان السعد، مشاري العيسى، ندى البابطين، وفواز الشورى. والزملاء العاملين في كافة المسارات الذين جسدوا بروحهم واحترافيتهم حقيقة أن هذه الوزارة قادرة على إدارة حدث عالمي بهذا الحجم بثقة واقتدار. كما أشكر الأخ جراح الجراح وفريقه في الإدارة العامة للتواصل المؤسسي والعلاقات العامة على قيادتهم الملف الإعلامي وإبراز صورة المؤتمر وأعماله وصوت المملكة ومواقفها بصورة مشرفة تليق بمكانتها. والشكر للأخت غادة الحمود وفريقها في الإدارة العامة وفريق الإدارة العامة للمنظمات والتعاون الدولي على دورهم المحوري في إدارة العلاقة مع المنظمة وإنهاء التفاوض بشأن إعلان الرياض ودعم رئاسة المؤتمر وبناء المحتوى والمبادرات ذات الصلة بالشراكات الدولية. ولا يفوتني أن أعبر عن تقديري الخاص لسفير المملكة العربية السعودية في فيينا الدكتور عبد الله بن خالد طوالة، الذي كان سندا وداعما طوال الفترة الماضية ومؤمنا بإمكانية هذه الوزارة وفريق عملها من إدارة هذا الحدث وكل ما يتصل بالتنسيق مع المنظمة وشركائنا الدوليين. وأخيرا أؤكد لكم أن ما تحقق في هذا المؤتمر ليس نهاية مرحلة، بل بداية مستوى جديد من التوقعات. فما بعد إعلان الرياض يتطلب منا أن نستثمر هذا الزخم وأن نواصل العمل بنفس الروح حتى نحافظ على موقع المملكة لاعبا رئيسيا في التنمية الصناعية والتعدينية عالميا. كما أعبر عن فخري واعتزازي بنتائج المؤتمر، خاصة إعلان الرياض وما صدر من المؤتمر حول دور المرأة واقتراح والاتفاق على يوم المرأة العالمي في الصناعة، وكذلك دور الشباب في الصناعة، بالإضافة إلى الأحداث المصاحبة للمؤتمر مثل اجتماع Least Development Countries الذي عقد في الرياض والذي يشكل أهمية كبيرة لدعم هذه الفئة من الدول، إضافة إلى الاجتماع الاستثنائي لمنظمة الصناعة والتعدين والتقييس العربية، والتي تبنت في هذا الاجتماع موضوعا مهما جدا، وهو التكامل الصناعي العربي الذي نأمل بإذن الله أن يتوج بموافقة الجامعة العربية بقيادة أصحاب الجلالة والسمو ورؤساء الدول العربية. وفي الختام أشكركم جميعا فردا وأعتز بكم، وأثق أن القادم بجهودكم وتفانيكم وحرصكم وإيمانكم بدوركم المهم وتلمس المسؤولية تجاه وطنكم سيكون بإذن الله أكبر وأعمق أثرا لصالح وطننا وتطلعات قادتنا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
استاذنك معالي نائب الوزير لشؤون الصناعة المهندس خليل بن سلمة، تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله، مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. حبيت بس أقول لكم ترى بنتي بسمة وبنتي الثانية شيخة بنت أخوي بسام موجودين معنا، حياكم الله. أولا الحمد لله يعني نبارك للمملكة هذا النجاح الكبير، ونبارك لوزارتنا الغالية أيضا الاستضافة، نجاح الاستضافة ورئاسة المؤتمر بقيادة معالي الوزير. ويمكن بشارك بس السر الحقيقي لهذا النجاح اللي يمكن الكثير منا يعرفه لكن يحسه ويلمسه ويعيشه أكثر منا يتكلم عنه. السر الحقيقي هو شخص واحد، شخص ممكن موجه، اللي هو أخي الغالي معالي الوزير بندر إبراهيم الخريف، فله منا التمكين والثقة التي تعطى تحمل مسؤولية أكبر من التوجيه، وهذا اللي يضع علينا جميعا هذا الحمل لحمل هذه الثقة للنجاح، وهذا السر الحقيقي. وأيضا اللي يمكن ما يعرف الغالبية، الأسماء اللي ذكرها معالي الوزير ليست بكثيرة على تنظيم هذا الحدث الكبير، فلهم منا كل تحية. أخوي الغالي فادي حماد الله يعافيه، أختي ندى البابطين، ولا ودي والله يعني أنسى أسماء لكن بذكر اللي أقدر أشوفهم. أخوي طبعا سعد دايم يعني أثني عليه، وفريق التواصل المؤسسي اللي أبرزوا هذا الحدث بأفضل صورة، الله يعطيكم العافية وشكرا جزيلا لكم. يمكن ملاحظة أخيرة فقط، أن اللي وضع في هذا المؤتمر أهميته أيضا تنتقل لما بعد المؤتمر، فهو وضعية القيادة للمملكة العربية السعودية في صياغة سياسات صناعية قادمة. والحمد لله بقيادة معالي الوزير الله يحفظه الآن ينظر للمملكة كقائد في طرح ما هي السياسات الصناعية التي تعمل، النجاحات اللي حققت الدول تلمسها، والحمد لله الآن نضعها على الطاولة. وعودة لشكر الفريق كاملا، اجتهدتوا والحمد لله جهدكم أصاب، وشكرا لكم جميعا. وما أنسى بعد أخوي خالد العتيبي، والله ولا ودي أني أنسى أي اسم، واللي أيضا مفرح في هذا الحدث أن كثير من اللي قاموا على هذا التنظيم شركاتنا وطنية، أبنائنا وبناتنا، بعضهم متقاعدين من بعض الأعمال أخذوا خبراتهم لإقامة هذا الحدث كثير. وأشكر أيضا الأخوة اللي وقفوا عند الإعلام، ترى عملهم كان مضني لكن يعني حققوا الهدف. ما أذكر الأسماء لكن كنت دائما أشوفهم، فلهم أيضا منا كل الشكر. وشكرا يا أخوي فادي، ما قصرت، يعطيك العافية، نجاح كبير ومبهر. وأخوي أبو مرزوق على المطيري يعني نقل خبرات كثيرة من الFMF. لا والله، ثم هذه اللمسات البسيطة كان يعني وقعنا في حرج. الفترة العصيبة الأخيرة اللي هي 7 أيام، أنا أقول معالي الوزير دخلنا في نطاق غير الصناعة، بدينا نتعلم أيضا الدبلوماسية والعمل في الخارجية. وما شاء الله يعني غادة وفيصل وسيف والجايدنس المستمر من سعادة السفير، الحمد لله قدرنا يعني نخرج بإعلان. يعني حتى اليونيدو نفسهم يقول أول مرة يطلع اتفاق جماعي على حتى مواضيع لم يكن بالحسبان أنها يعني بيتم الموافقة عليها، وتمت في هذا الحدث في الرياض. فاعذروني على الأسماء اللي ما ذكرتها، يعني أعتذر منكم جميعا، لكن هي رسالة وكلمتين في الخاطر. وحبيت بس أشارككم أن سر النجاح موجود أمامنا، لهم منا كل تحية ويستحق منا التحية.